Oh, wait. Oh, there. I forgot to unmute. Hi, everyone. Hello. How are you all doing today? It's me. I'm here. I feel like I haven't streamed in weeks. Well, that's clearly not true. Hello. Hi, everyone. I dream. Oh, wait. You dream first. Congratulations on being first. Well, guess, Cyrus was dethroned. Oh, I need to set an alarm. 58 minutes until the next ad. 53? 53. 53-minute alarm. Oh no. Why is my throat tight? We literally did vocal warm-ups for this too. Anyways, hi everyone. How are you doing? It's been it's been a while since we technically chatted during this period of time. Although I did do a stream Sunday, our time Sunday, but I'm sure no one here was awake to see it because it was like 8 in the morning. So yeah, pretty sure no one's awake. Let me send out all the invites, announcements, invites. What? I'm getting invited to a wedding, which I am. I'm getting invited to a wedding, but sorry. Let me rant while I write the invite. So my cousin's getting married, and they sent out like a wedding invitation, right? Um, who in their right minds wakes up at 8 a.m. on a Sunday? Listen, when you have an international collab, you wake up whenever you can. Okay. This you want to know who wakes up at 8 a.m. in the morning? People who are either well adjusted or this guy who's not well adjusted at all and was forced to wake up by setting an alarm. Right? To be fair, I didn't wake up at 8 a.m. on a Sunday, right? Hence, you're not in your right mind. Yeah, you could say that, but I didn't actually wake up on Sunday. I woke up on Saturday. I woke up at like 12 o'clock on Saturday and I just didn't sleep. I went 24 hours without sleep. And then on Sunday, around 1 p.m., when the stream ended, when the collab ended, I went to sleep. Woke up at like 9 o'clock. Yeah. Exactly. People who are well adjusted wake up at 8 a.m. on a Sunday. I'm not well adjusted, so I didn't wake up at all. I just woke up the day before. Just didn't go to sleep. Well, the collab went well. And also, oh yeah, speaking of the RSVP, I'm still setting up the things. My cousin's setting on RSVP for like his wedding, and it's a digital RSVP. So like, it's like a digital invitation. It has all the bells and whistles. It has like the pictures. It has like music. It has a function where you can comment like on Twitter or something and leave like comments on it. It has like a countdown that every day updates, which is really cool and stuff. And then at the very bottom, it has like the RSVP thing where you type in your name, the number of people coming, so on and so forth, right? And it okay. Let me. Why is the screen like these few days? My screen keeps going black, even though like I think it's updating in the background. Something is updating in the background. Stop updating. We don't need to update. Anyways, yeah. Let me show you what I mean. Oh, white screen, white screen. Uh, okay. There's a problem with my link. It seems because my computer just told me for a brief moment my screen is not connected to my computer, which is definitely not the case. It's it's an Nvidia update thing. It's been confirmed to be an Nvidia update thing. Hate it so much. Anyways, my cousin's wedding thing was like, imagine this white screen is like the website, right? And then the wedding invite shows here. And then every moment it will slowly like start scrolling up, and then you'll see like the date and everything, and it slowly goes up, right? And then the very bottom, very bottom, is like an RSVP thing where you can type out your information and stuff, like your phone number, your name, so on and so forth. Do you know how long it took to scroll? It took 3 minutes. 3 minutes for it to reach the RSVP portion. And you couldn't even click on it. Because if you clicked on it, it pauses the scroll. So you have to wait for it to scroll all the way up. And then click on the button for like your information, and then slowly put them in. And the best part, I say best part, this wasn't the best part. This thing was built on some weird Chinese website. As I started keying information, Google went, no. It didn't crash the site. No, it just crashed the wedding invite. So I could still see the frame, but like I couldn't see anything in it. And Google said, just no, you're not allowed to input information here. Luckily, I figured out because of the way the borders work, it's likely designed for a phone, so I just opened it on my phone. And on the phone, you can scroll, but on the computer, you can't scroll. And I just don't understand. It's a very dumb decision, in my opinion. Whoever made that clearly has no idea what they're doing. All right. Would the gray screen work better here? Sure. I think we'll try out gray screen. How does that look? Sure. All right. Okay. So, anyways, that's out of the way. Let's jump into today's main topic, which is going to be a Lancer adventure book. Yeah. I'm making an adventure book because I've had this adventure on my mind for a while now. And it's a good way, I feel, to read up on, for me to learn the rules. I can't just read something to learn the rules. I need to do. So either I play or I make something. And I've been playing with like, groups of friends, Lancer. But also to learn more stuff, I feel like I need to read the rules as well. So that's what we'll be doing. Well, not what we'll be doing today, but go run a game when I have time to prep for a game. However, yeah, because the thing is, I'm looking for a job right now. My jobless arc is coming to an end. So I'll have even less time to prep for streams and games. So I'm gonna prioritize streams a bit more. So why is my voice so bad? I literally did vocal warm-up. I did vocal warm-ups and it was fine. And then now it feels like my voice is going down a few registries. Like I know when you hit like 30 or so, when you hit like your 30s, you can technically go into like second puberty, your voice specifically. Like your second puberty for your voice. And it can go even lower. But the problem is it doesn't just sound lower, it sounds like it's grating. It sounds like I smoke 30 cigarettes a day when I haven't smoked once in my life. So I don't get it. Like if I speak to you in person, it's fine. But I have to like specifically force more air through my lungs to speak. No, it's not secondhand smoke. I think partially it's because I hurt my lungs. Oh, not my lungs, my throat that one time. And I haven't really given it time to rest. But it's fully recovered now. But I think one of the consequences is my voice is just this now. Which is weird because like depending on the day and the temperature I feel, and the humidity. My voice will fluctuate a bit, but it fluctuates a lot more than I'm used to. Anyway, that you see, I'm speaking now. The more I speak, the more my throat loosens up. The more the less grainy my voice sounds. The thing is, I did vocal warm-ups like 30 minutes before the stream, and I guess the vocal warm-ups and then the 30 minutes caused my throat to suddenly tighten up. I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna make a Lancer book. I'm going to try and make a Lancer adventure book. With all the stuff. It's gonna have all the stuff in there, right? The very new frames, maybe new licenses, exotics, so on and so forth. New NPC stuff. Just stuff. Yeah. That is the plan, and I really hope I can actually pull it off. Yeah. Because it has been like, this has been kind of brewing in the back of my head for a while now. This specific story. Well, I say story, specific idea. It's not really a story because I don't have anything concrete yet. But I want this. I have a few ideas. First off, I want to try and make this an LL12. Specifically, what I mean is I want this adventure book to run from LL0 all the way to LL12. With LL12 being a final big climactic ending. Yeah. Whether or not that's doable, who knows? But that is the goal. I'm going to try and do that. Yeah. Secondly, what the story will be about. So all Lancers like campaigns, they all have a thing, right? They have I wouldn't say lesson, but they have this big moral dilemma and stuff that you have to go through. Like no room for wallflowers is you can't be a wallflower, you have to. Well, it's not really that. Like, no room for wallflower is like the consequences of, what's the word? Not imperialism. Kind of like imperialism, but not really. What's the word? Not industrialization. My brain is not working. When you go and colonization, I think, yeah. Like colonization, what happens like when new people start encroaching on the homes of like the people that were there before, so on and so forth. That's what wallflower is. There are others that are basically like, I think from what I recall, Solstice Rain is like, essentially you can boil Solstice Rain down to war crimes. It's more nuanced than that, but like basically all the books have something to say, and that's not quite true for like homebrew stuff, but I know people do try to follow that. And what I'm going to try and do, I guess, like, because I have an idea already what I want to do with the book, or with the story specifically, and after talking to some friends, the idea we came up with was kind of like heroism. It's that's the wrong spelling, but like actually no, that's correct spelling. It's essentially the new Superman. We didn't really set out to make it that way, but it kind of eventually changed into that. Because the idea is you are going to play as an albatross. And the albatross basically embody that new Superman movie thing, where it was like, I don't care politically what's going on. I don't care about the things happening around me. I just want to help, you know? I just want to help. And helping people is never wrong. But of course, there are consequences to doing that. So, what happens when like idealism meets up with like the real world? This is this is basically Fate Stay Night. This is basically Unlimited Blade Works. I've just realized this is basically Unlimited Blade Works. Uh, yeah, that is the idea behind it. And the end point is supposed to still be very Captain America slash like Superman, where the goal isn't to deconstruct heroism. It's not a cynical take on heroism, right? It's trying to make a point that like people can change, you know, ideals. Well, I wouldn't say ideals can change, but like how do you stick to your ideals, to what you know to be the right thing to do when the rest of the world is telling you to stop? And considering where Lancer is, it's in a very unstable, very dark place setting wise. So kind of making the players like giving players like moral dilemmas, like giving them moral dilemmas, giving them like options to choose the renegade or like the paragon, you know, do the good or the pragmatic options, is going to be a very big thing in this book. Mass Effect. We're basically doing Mass Effect. Mass Effect, Unlimited Blade Work, Superman, you know, all the things I like. This book is very me, I feel. So yeah, that's gonna be like the idea behind the book. Yeah. So the other thing is I wanted this book to be, what's the word? Not quite episodic, but a little bit episodic. So basically you will be able to, because okay, one of the big things that I have a problem with Lancer is that it is a space setting. Oh, space setting. But because of the limitations of the setting, there is no FTL, no faster than light, and any place that has FTL is already perfect. Is a utopia. So there is no reason for your characters to be here, right? So one of the coolest parts of any kind of space setting, let me just write space better, right? One of the coolest parts of any space setting is being able to travel from planet to planet to planet, observing the different cultures, interacting with different people, so on and so forth, right? But you can't really do that in Lancer. In Lancer, the stories are always set on one world, or at least one system, right? With the different worlds there. So that kind of, for me, it takes away one of the joys of playing in a space campaign, which is to just hop from system to system, you know, to see different planets, to experience different planets, to travel. And you can't do that in Lancer. Mm. Sorry, I was drinking water and my throat refused to swallow because I guess still thought we were talking. But yeah, I like that is one of the one of the things that bombed me out when I was like looking into Lancer. Um, the nice thing about it is that you do focus more on like a planet, and you do feel like space is a lot bigger than you think, right? Space is huge. Like comets and stars and everything. And if you can barely help one planet, you can kind of start to understand why Union is having so much trouble helping the rest of space. Because if you have trouble with one planet, Union has to govern like over 1,000 systems. More than 1,000. We don't I don't recall the actual amount, but like it's more than 1,000, right? Systems with all of their own individual things going on, plus the mega corporations, plus the other civilizations. Yeah, Union is definitely has their handfuls, and setting everything on the world not only allows players to understand where Union is coming from, it also allows players to understand that every world out there is also occupied. Every world has their history, every world has their own problems, has their own things going on. It's not just like a barren rock in space with just like one town of people, you know. It's more complicated than that. However, I did want to travel the planet, the stars, right? So a very easy way to fix that in Lancer is to just involve the albatross, because that's what the albatross do, right? They go from planet to planet. Whenever they hear like a distress call, they rush to that planet, even though it takes years. It might take years to get there. They'll ask what the problems are. If the problem is still there, they'll try to fix it. If there are no more problems, they'll ask if there are any other problems. No more problems? Great. On to the next planet. What problems are there? You ask for help. What problems are there? Oh, you haven't solved it? Great. We'll solve it for you. Done. Next planet. And they keep doing this, right? Without any like any thought given to repercussions, any thought given to what comes after, right? The albatross don't really care too much about. It's not that they don't care about politics, but like they just want to help, right? The albatross's whole thing is to help. What happens after they help? Who knows? They've solved the problem. Deal with the aftermath, right? What happens after you deal with it? They're gone. They've already left to help the next world crying out for help, and it's a noble sentiment. They are the good guys, right? And they are doing good in the galaxy. They are doing good. But this kind of blind adherence to just doing good and then leaving, right? To just be like, oh, someone's asking for help. We go over there, we look what the situation is, we help them, and then we leave. That leaves them open to exploitation. And that also leaves them very disconnected from the rest of the galaxy. Not to mention, they are also cosmopolitans who themselves are very disconnected to the rest of Union, to the rest of the Lancer space. And I feel like that could have some pretty interesting stories to tell. So that's what this book is going to be. This book is going to be very heavily albatross based. In fact, you are all going to be albatross. That is going to be the first major thing. Oops. We didn't edit that. Yeah, albatross. So all of you are going to be, players are going to be part of albatross. But that brings up an immediate conundrum, because the albatross usually have a pretty strict like recruitment process. So yeah, all the players, if they have to be good, strict recruitment, right? So either all players have to be unquestionably good, or the other idea like we had was, okay, the space is big. Space is very big, right? So even the albatross, with their constant zooming around and trying to help everyone, right? Even at their speeds, even at the speed that they respond, the frequency that they respond, space is just too big. Space is too big. There is nothing they can really do to solve all the problems. So they propose relaxing the criteria for recruitment. Or, yeah. So either all players have to be good, or I personally feel it's better to say they are relaxing the criteria for recruitment because space is big and everyone has problems and they can't get to everyone. So of course, like, such a dramatic shift is not going to go over well with everyone. So they propose, okay, not everyone agrees with this. So an experimental task force is made. You won't be flying at the beginning. You won't be, okay, hold on. Let me okay, task force. Okay, experimental task force. Hold on, what's the thing? You won't be flying the albatross colors or name in the beginning. Yeah, you won't be flying the albatross colors or names. There will be senior members on board to help guide you. You won't have access to all their info and tech, meaning no immediate Nelson, because that's what the albatross are known for, right? They amongst, compared to everyone else, they use the Nelson more than anything else. So you still have to start at LL0 because LL0 in this case also means the Batross's trust in you. That can also be a thing. No. License level. I heard you're doing LL0 to LL12, you crazy bastard. Listen, go big or go home. You know? What's the point of trying to write an adventure book if you don't try to go big or go home? And okay, cause I'm thinking of doing the albatross as like the main thing. You all in the story, it's going to be you all join the albatross. Because of the way the albatross work, I could literally just set up 12 or maybe even less planets, right? And you L0, you go to 1, you then go up by 1 LL, you go to the next planet, second LL, you go to the next one, LL, maybe go back to this planet to get another LL, so on and so forth. So I just need like 12 or so planets, each with their own list and group of missions, right? All I need is 12 planets with their own distinct missions. Each planet giving 1 LL. Only 12 planets, yeah, exactly. I don't even technically need 12. I have some ideas for some of the stories already. So yeah, so it's actually okay. I have a lot of ideas for this. But I don't mean like the planet stuff. The planet stuff, like I can figure out at some point. How do you clip? There should be a clip button. There should be a clip button somewhere. You have to do some small editing. But like, hold on. There is. Let me try and find the clip button. I know there's a button somewhere to clip, but I don't know where. You'll have to figure it out. But it is clippable. You can absolutely clip somewhere. Yeah. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, I just need 12 planets. I need each planet will have like a group of missions. So there are gonna be 2 storylines happening here. Because the thing is, I want LL12 to be like a climactic like thing. But it's kind of hard to do when it's just Westmarch story 1, story 2, story 3, and the only consistent is the group, right? So there are 2 ways of making a long plot thread, right? Because right now it's just jumping between story threads that do not connect with each other because it's just different worlds, right? But there are 2 ways of actually making a long story thread. Because there are 2 consistent things, or rather 1 consistent thing in being a cosmopolitan albatross. And that is, first off, the albatross themselves two consistent things. Right, first off is the albatross themselves, the hierarchy. So, like, if something happens to the albatross hierarchy, right, some disagreement casually decide to craft an entire solar system. Here's the thing. That's easy. That part is easy. The civilizations on the planet, the cultures and all of that, that's a different thing entirely. Well, here's the thing. You don't have to craft all the factions for everything. Because the thing about the Albatross is that you hear the stress call, right? You hear the stress call, right? The Albatross, like someone on this world is asking for help. Albatross will swoop in. They'll ask what's the problem. They'll figure out what the problem is. If these people need help, if they're just calling as like a false alarm, or if they're trying to use the Albatross, once they figure out what it is, they will try to help solve the problem. And once there are no more problems, the Albatross just leave. They don't stay behind to like help with the cleanup. They don't stay behind to do anything. All they know is 2+ factions, bad thing happening, stop the bad thing, done. Because there are too many problems in the universe for them to care about every little detail. So that works in our favor. We don't need to build everything. We just need to build everything of relevance. Now, that doesn't mean there won't be some worlds that will have incredibly fleshed out factions and cities and like just political shenanigans happening. But you don't have to do that for every single world. Like, for example, the first world is going to be very simple, very straightforward. It's only later on when the moral conundrums start happening. And okay, basically think of every single world as like a Marvel movie in like the cinematic universe. It's one long thread, but every story is self-contained, and what you need to know in that story is very limited, which means you don't have to build so many things in each story. Plus, if let's say you want to do like a Union colony world or something, right? Okay, let's say there are 2 worlds, right, that have very similar things happening, in that Union has come and is trying to help them. Union is trying to help both worlds. Both worlds are part of the diaspora. They have their own civil like cultures and everything. But all you need to do is introduce Union and the things that Union will bring to the table on the first world. In the second world, you can just gloss over that because your players already know all the information here. So you have time to flesh out the Second World War. So the first world will be simple, straightforward, simple story for your players to get used to the setting, players to get used to their own characters. You can introduce some core concepts here. And then as the game goes on, you can just bring those core concepts forward. As a writer, just bring those core concepts forward. You don't have to build everything. Now, does that mean it's going to be easy? No, of course not. Like, you guys are right. It is going to be a lot of work. There's a lot of work, but it's not as much as you think. Plus, you know, I said I'm going to try. If I get stuck at LL6, okay, sure. But yeah, the 2 consistent things for like a long thread, a story thread, is first off, Albatross. You could disagree with them. There could be like a falling out. There could be a mutiny where you just take the ship and go. But I think that's a little bit difficult. not impossible, but like it is doable. The other thing, because the thing is, I I'm having some trouble with this, mainly because the idea of this is that players need to have characters that want to change. Hi, Gabby. Hello. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? I'm doing great, other than my voice refusing to cooperate. But yeah, it is a bit warm, but that's to be expected. And we are doing Lancer today because I am attempting to get more into Lancer. Anyway, how's your day been? I hope it's been well. I've taken the opportunity for the past few days to just rest. Haven't really made any new clips or anything, just rest. Well, you gotta know when to rest, you know. Let's see, what was this thing? Right, all players need to have characters that want to change. You can, because of the way we're building this, which is like, it's an experimental task force, you can start out morally gray, or even a little bit evil, but your character, or rather you must want to explore how your character might grow. And growth usually tends towards, doesn't necessarily mean positive growth, but like your characters must want to change, you know, to be in this setting. With the caveat of understanding that if they stay bad, they'll be kicked. Yeah, the character will be kicked. It's almost 9 a.m. You just woke up? Oh, almost 9 a.m. Okay. It's almost 9 p.m. here, so it's a 12-hour, roughly 12-hour delay, I see. Well, I hope you have a good day. Eat breakfast or something. Breakfast is important. Breakfast is very important. Sorry, I'm just looking at my nails. They have a really weird shape to them. I need to cut my nails soon. Bit sharp. Right, what was I say? If they stay in bed, if they stay in bed, talking to Gabby, who just woke up, made me read this as bed. Nails, weird shape. One of my nails just naturally grows to a point. Okay, like my hands, right? I'm not gonna do, I don't have a cam for this, but like usually your nails grow like something like this, right? Let's say this is your finger. Like this is your nail. This is what your nail usually grows at, like, right? Or rather, let me just finger. This is usually how your nails look. Some form of like either a little bit straight or curved, right? So when I cut my nails, I usually cut it to this, right? I'll cut it to like very close to the skin, but it will follow my finger shape. And all of the nails as a result grow like, you know, they grow into more like into a rounder shape, right? However, on my right pointy finger, it grows like this. Not that pronounced, but it basically like does this. And I'm not exaggerating. That's not an exaggerated shape. That happens. And also, if you look at it from a 3D point of view, it nails like curve downwards, right? Your finger nails curve downwards. Mine curves downwards into a sharp point because it's also sharp here. And I don't know why. It started doing this a few years back. I don't cut my nails any differently. It's like, and only that one finger. Every other finger, like My nail grows normally, but only on my right-handed pointy finger, my nail grows like this. Why? Why? I'm not even like exaggerating too. I've shown this to my partner. They looked at it and went, "Why does your nail do that?" You're the pointer of doom. Do not ignore its power. Is that what it is? Is that why whenever I point at people, people run away from me? I give them like the look of death and I finger of Vecna or something, and they go, "Ah no!" Run away. It's not my personality or anything, right? It's just my finger. You can blame it on my finger. I have the finger of death. The most powerful finger of all. This is why people point with their thumbs. You feel like your stream later, maybe Aberon reading? Ooh. Aberon reading sounds fun. Did they come up with a new book? I don't recall. Because 2024 has done stuff that, and I'm like, I don't follow 2024 as much anymore, so yeah. To be fair, I also haven't read up on Aberon yet. I need to read up on Aberon more. But I mean, the new one, the one for 5th edition. From what I understand, it's decent, but like, It's okay. It's better than. It's certainly better than all the other different settings that 5th edition has touched. Eberron is at least the most fleshed out. Not in the US, it's regional, which finger you point with. Oh. Because I keep hearing, okay, depending on where I go, some people point with their pointer finger, you know, the one after the thumb. Some people point with their thumb. Yeah. You point with the finger next to the thumb? Yes. That's what we point with as well. Yes. There's like a thumb and then like the 4 digits. We point with this one. Yeah. And I've heard people say that's rude. Yeah, I've heard some people say this is rude. So you're supposed to like make a fist and then point with your thumb. And it's like, okay, but why is that the case, you know? Also, what did it censor? What got censored there? What got censored? Something's a useful tool, damn it. It censored that, but not damn it? That's really weird. And I don't even have the option to uncensor it too. Unless you censored it yourself. Wait, hold on. What were you trying to say? Were you trying to say finger? Fingers are a useful tool? I'm confused. Look, I'm slow. You hate that it's considered rude. It's a useful tool, damn it. Yeah, it is useful to be able to point. Oh, it thought it was a link. Wow. It literally thought like dot and then word and then dot. Or dot in the middle made it a link. That's funny. Shaking my head. That's absolutely hilarious. Twitch, what the fuck? That's not how that works, Twitch. Uh yeah, being able to point is really nice. Why are we censoring pointing now? I get being uncomfy with like a certain angle of your right hand upwards when pointing, because I know you're not supposed to do that in Germany. Like I know from what I've heard, doing that in Germany is very much frowned upon because you know, the salute that Elon did, right? We all know the salute. Just dab with one hand, not the other. Just dab with one hand, right? And like I understand not doing that. That's very disrespectful. They can be seen as very rude. I understand that. But like I'm just pointing here. Yes, you're not supposed to point at people very rudely, but like if you pointing at someone like condescendingly can be seen as rude. But that specific instance of pointing, right? That person for doing that has to be called out. Not just pointing in general. Pointing in general shouldn't be called out for that, you know? Yeah. There's a difference between pointing a finger at someone going, do I know them? And pointing a finger and mocking them. Exactly. Nuance, which unfortunately the internet seems to constantly not want to have. Nuance is very important. Nuance. But people just want to generalize everything. Yeah, which is not great. But unfortunately, we live in a society. Anyways, speaking of society, there are other people out here in the galaxy. Or if they refuse a generalization because you're an exception. Sure, make an exception. I'm not pointing at you. I'm pointing at that location, telling people where to go. Like, it's so much more accurate to just use your pointer finger rather than your thumb. Like how is someone going to look where your thumb is pointing, right? You can't really point accurately with your thumb. Your pointer finger almost kind of evolved to point. You point with it. Anyways. What were we saying? Right. IPSN, the other thing, the other consistent thing, the other megacorps. IPSN or SSC or HA or actually even Horus. Yeah. That man suck because they're rude, and some guy will go, not every guy. That was in the small text. Okay, like it's one of those things where okay, so the not all men thing, right? When it first started out, as with a lot of these things, it was originally used kind of by people to say like, yeah, not all men are like this. The problem with this is twofold. The problem with the phrase not all men is twofold. First off, when people are talking about things like people, that men in your life or people in your life doing bad things, suddenly coming in with like, well, not all men do this, right? That's kind of rude because essentially what you're doing is derailing the conversation and then suddenly making it about you. Because if a guy is saying this, right? Yeah. But the other thing is people have started using this later on. They've co-opted this to try and basically it went from a thing that's trying to be supportive. Well, I say try, right? But it was trying to be supportive, and then they've co-opted it into, well, not all men are allowed this, and just point back and try and like mock the original poster, Not this. Mock like whoever they're trying to mock. So it's kind of begun to lose a lot of meaning from it. But that's the way things go, unfortunately. Oh, we have an ad that's about to start, so I'm going to take a 3-minute break. I will be back. Give me an opportunity to rest my voice a bit. But yeah, I will see you all in 3 minutes, everyone. Grab a drink, stretch your legs, BRB. Oh, hi everyone. Welcome back. I have a hot cup of water in my cup. My throat feels so much better. All right, less grainy. Great. All right, time to set another alarm. Is that good? Yes, that's fine. Oh, hold on. I need to message someone something. My sister. Hold on. Save on your trip to borrow. Okay, I needed to message my sister real quick because she's going to be coming down to the big city. Finally, it's gonna work in the big city. So Yeah, she's gonna take a car ride down, and I just wanted to say, I had to say, like, the normal stuff. Hello, hope you have a good trip tomorrow. Stay safe, so on and so forth. Yeah. Anyways, what were we talking about? You guys are way too sensitive. Some guys are way too sensitive. Yeah, yeah. Uh, but hey, as they say, not always. uh, Anyways, let's pivot to happier stuff. Let's see, more consistent. What consistent things? Right, the big four. Technically, you could add union into this, but union is so prevalent, it's more like a background thing. My thought is that IPSN can be like the persistent bad guys, because we don't generally see IPSN as like the bad guys too often, because they're the shipping company, right? Oh, it's Amazon. Why would Lancers be preoccupied with dealing with Amazon? You know? But we do know Albatross does have dealings with them. Like, one of their sponsors is IPSN, and IPSN does request Lancer help, or rather Albatross help, against pirates. And we do know that it's not okay. So here's the thing, right? IPSN can try to claim the good guys, but what they okay, so for anyone who like doesn't understand how like IPSN can use the Albatross for their own like means in terms of like how like pirating goes, IPSN supplies the Albatross with like a lot of goods, right? Including mech frames and various tech and stuff. One of the ways that IPSN has been known to sabotage its competition is by pirates. Because IPSN is basically a logistics company, right? They are a shipping company. They ship goods across the galaxy. So if they supply pirates in the down low and tell the pirates to go sabotage the competition, it's not them that's doing it, the pirates. Oh, the pirates have a whole of IPSN like weaponry? How did that get there? Oh, they must have salvaged it of like, our previous attempts to stop them. They must have gone hold of the salvage and fixed it up. You can't say it's us, right? So that's one way IPSN could do this. The other way IPSN can use the Albatross, or in this scenario, the way the IPSN can use the Albatross is, let's say there is a ship that's getting hit by pirates. They ask for help. What if the IPSN like receiver doesn't receive this message? What if it only receives messages from IPSN? So when IPSN gets attacked, it asks for help. Help actually comes. Or what IPSN's people can do is, if this pirate attacking like this like group here, right? If they are funding the pirates and this group's getting attacked and they're asking for help, IPSN can also be like, hey, we also need help here. Can you come help us? And the Albatross will be like, okay, that sounds a little closer. Let's go help them first. And they go help them. And then IPSN's like, oh, we beat the pirates already. Also sad what happened to them. But hey, at least our shipment didn't get pillaged. Good job, Albatross. Thank you for coming so quickly to our rescue. Here's some goods. Here's some bonuses. So that's one way that IPSN can kind of use the albatross's like good faith and their attempts to just like do good by just rushing in. That's how IPSN can use them against the albatross. Because the albatross won't usually do that, but you never know. You don't trust corporations. They don't have your best interest in mind. So like albatross, like it's hinted that albatross are sometimes led by their noses around by IPSN. So that could be one of the things that the party finds out, right? Within the first like 5, around LL5, you get to decide to tell IPSN off or keep working with them. Or actually, I might. It's either LL5 or L7 or 8. It's either it's gonna happen early on or it's gonna happen later on. So that it's not a long thing. It just yeah. Okay, so we have enough time to build up at the back. Okay, so okay. One more thing I want to add is that because there are 12 planets, the way I'm going to structure them is in between each canon planet, right? GMs can add their own submission. Right, you know, a mission that you receive before the next planet, or downtime for players, etc. So it won't just be like 12 missions. You can actually stretch this out for like a whole very long campaign. Anyone ran Spelljammers? I tried. 5th edition Spelljammers, yeah, no. It's not as fun. It's basically just pirate ships sailing on like the sea, the ocean, but in space. If you want to run Spelljammers, there's a ton of resources that other players have cooked up based on 3.5th edition Spelljammers. Use that. 5th edition Spelljammer is there. They, like with a lot of things, 5th edition, they boiled it down to the point where it's lost its own identity and it's not fun anymore. Like, yeah, I would suggest look up 3.5 edition. Look up 3.5e Spelljammers. Because even if you just take the official stuff without anyone actively converting 3.5 to 5th edition, the numbers actually do hold up. They hold up really well. The only difference is like in 3.5 edition versus like 5th edition, right? 5th edition DC, for example, maximum is 30. 3.5 has no limit. You can set a DC up to 100 plus. There's a DC for everything. Also, the way saving throws work are a little different. There's like 3 specific saving throws. Like reflex, fortitude, and the mental one that I can't remember. Yeah, it's a little different, but I would suggest grabbing stuff from 3.5, converting it on your own, or see what else other people have done, and just take that and like, yeah, use that instead. Don't use the official 5th edition one. It sucks. other than like the species, the creatures you can use for the players, yeah, other than that, yeah, not great. Or if you would like to, I have heard that Pathfinder, struggling to think of the name real quick. Pathfinder Path 2E. Oh, Spelljammers is second edition? Oh, in that case, you need to do quite a lot of altering. Yeah, you need to do a lot of altering then. Sorry, I always thought it was third edition. But yeah, in that case, you do need to change some stuff. But there are resources. There are resources online. But yeah, Pathfinder second edition has Starfinder. Right? And Starfinder recently just came out with 2E. I know it's a relatively recent thing. Conversions, 2E conversions aren't hard. Okay. But you do need to make more conversions than 3.5, right? Because taco is still a thing. Second edition is taco, right? For those of you who don't know taco, I bless your soul. Bless you. Remain ignorant. Remain in ignorant bliss. Taco is. No, I refuse. But yeah, I mean, if that part of the fun is conversion, right? So just yeah, convert it. But yeah, second edition Pathfinder has recently come up with Starfinder second edition. So, if you don't mind trying out Pathfinder, you can go give it a look. I've heard some really nice things about Starfinder. I just need someone to run Pathfinder for me so that I can at least try it out once. Because I don't fully understand the system until you start playing it. Yeah. So yeah, if possible, I kind of suggest Starfinder, mainly because I'm doing everything I can to try and move away from or try not support wizards anymore. I'm still gonna do D&D stuff, but that's only because they recently came out with the thing. I can't remember what it was called again. The thing that basically they said the copyright thing. That's like, okay, we're not gonna sue people anymore. Yeah. Learn Taco, youngins, to play the BG 1 and 2 and learn more about Mick and Jahara. Yahara or Jahara? I think it's Yahara, right? Mick is great. Mick is fantastic. Yeah, wait, also BG 1 and 2 uses Taco? It uses Taco? That is oh, I see. Hmm. I don't know if I want to play BG now. BG1 for now. Taco, really? To be fair, that's when the games came out. But sure. Sure. They are so good. I'm not saying they're bad, but just Taco is just such a uh at least watch a live play. One day, one day. Look, one day I'll upgrade this computer and have enough time to stream that we'll play BG3 on stream with friends, right? And then once that's done, we can then move on to BG1 and 2 at some point. Yeah. Yeah. Uh Also that does Labao. That does remind me. Speaking of like Taco and because Taco is second edition, right? Um, The second edition taco was second edition is basically AD&D. And AD&D is responsible. Yeah, it's second edition and before, right? And AD&D is responsible for one of the most well-beloved and influential fantasy stories of all time. How do you spell it again? I think it's Lotus War. I misspelled Lotus, I believe. Oh yeah, Lotus War. Which means Lotus War use taco. No. To be fair, it doesn't come up. There's no like mechanics in Lotus War, but my image of Lotus War has been tainted. You already have the box set for 2 and 5. Yeah, well, conversion will be easy then. Multiplayer, please. You will show me the brokenness that is Abjuration Wizard. But Abjuration Wizard is already broken. Okay. And yeah, of course I'm playing multiplayer. I have trouble playing games like this on single player. Yeah, I have problems playing on single player. I never commit to it enough. So I need people to string me along in game. Because like I get distracted. Okay? When it comes like when it comes to like BG3, like games like BG3, I get distracted. Like there's a path, and then ooh, what's this? 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 What are we doing again? This is boring. Closes the game. It's basically Skyrim. It's basically Skyrim, but like too many branching paths. Right? And I'll like choose one and then get distracted and then do another and then do another. Oh, wait, there's something else to do. And I'll do another thing and I'll do another thing. Oh, I guess we're supposed to do this. And yeah, done. That's it. It's not I don't want to either. I want to. I really do. But you're not impatient to complete the game? Alright, okay, cool. The thing is I need other people to play and just pull me along. Because the other thing is I get decision paralysis. I don't want to make the wrong choice. But there is really no such thing in BG3, right? Every choice has consequences. So there's no such thing, but I need to I can't get over that mindset. So I need someone to make choices for me. Basically, I need someone who isn't afraid to be like, we're gonna do this. And oh no. Taco isn't hard. Oh, okay. Here's the thing. All right. For those of you who don't know what taco is, I need to look up how taco works again because it's been so long. I know there's a chart for it, and I know it goes into negative numbers, but like I'm so bad at this. Or rather, I don't like taco this much that I refuse to memorize it. I used to know what taco is, but I completely forgot about it. BG3, you must play alone because your saves come too much. That used to be me. And then I kind of stopped. Because I saves come too much. Anyways, here is a chart for taco. For those of you who don't know what taco means, what was the definition for taco again? AC is in the back here. Target something? I know there's like armor class at the back. I think. Yeah, okay. 2 hit. There we go. 2 hit. 2 hit armor class 0. So what this means is you can look at the chart. I'll show you the chart. 0 over here in the middle is the opponent. Let's say the opponent's armor class is 0, right? What was the thing? Shoot, hold on. I'm trying to recall. It's the higher the armor class, the easier it was to hit, right? And then when it goes to negative armor classes, the harder it is to hit. I believe that's the case. 20-sided dice roll to hit by level of attacker. Yeah, depending on your character level, you need to roll a certain amount to hit like a certain armor class. Because they didn't have proficiency bonuses yet. So let's say your enemy is armor class 0 and you are level 1. You need to roll a 19, you need to roll a 20 to hit them if they have 0 armor class. If their armor class is 5, you need to roll 15. Essentially, kind of, it doesn't quite add to it. It's not a one-to-one adding. But essentially, that's kind of what it is. The higher the armor class, the easier it is for you to hit. The lower the armor class, the harder it is for you to hit. Think about that. AC high, good. AC low, bad. And it can go to -10. Whereas positive, I think it's at maximum +10. Yeah. So, of course, modern D&D doesn't do this anymore. They literally pulled the -10 and just made it 0. And then the 10 is now like 20. And you can keep going up. But yeah, this was what D&D used to use for armor class. Taco. You needed a chart. You need a chart for this. Is there even like a way to calculate this? Look, you need to roll a -6. You need to roll worse than a -6 to miss on an AC 10 if you are level 17 and above. Huh? Also, -5 at long range, -2 at medium range. Also, this is specifically for fighters, paladins, rangers, bards, and level 0 halflings and humans. Half-elves use elves attack. Non-players, half-orcs use the attack matrix for monsters. Oh, non-player character half-orcs. Dwarves, elves, and gnomes are lower than first level. Are never lower than first level. Bards fight at their highest level of fighter experience. Right, because wasn't elf a class? Right? Did I remember that correctly? You had bonus to armor and weapons, yeah. Yeah, did I remember this correctly? Elf was a class. Right? It was a class in basic, not in 2E. Okay, not in 2E. Okay. Right. Because I don't play basic or second edition, so I have knowledge about them because I've read up on the rule set back in the day, but then I didn't play them, so they didn't stick. You could play as an elf class in second edition. What does that even mean? What does it mean to play as an elf class? That sounds racist. Not gonna lie. It sounds racist. Wait, why did that Galsim, your voices are glitching. Can we not have another Raw incident? Please. Please. Uh, elf class is so it's what used to be known as a gift class, I guess. Well, I say it used to be. People still call it that, right? It's a gift. It's because it's a fighter magic user hybrid. It's a gift. Okay. For those of you who don't know where the word gift came from, by the way, gift came from Githyanki. And if you play BG3, you know what a Githyanki is. Because one of your companions is a Githyanki. In fact, one of the first companions you meet is a Githyanki. The people riding on the dragons, those were Githyanki. Yeah. Technically, okay. So there's two peoples here. There's the Githyanki and then there's the Githzerai, who are the same people. They just went down different philosophical pathways. But the gift specifically as a sword plus sorcery is specifically relating to Githyanki, because the Githyanki use swords. They use like swords plus magic. The Githzerai are more monks. Yeah. So at some point, people just abbreviated Githyanki to GIF, and then it went to embody basically any class that uses swords and magic. Yeah. So that's why GIF is the word we use for a spell blade, or technically a blade singer is a GIF, or arcane trickster is a GIF, or the eldritch knight is a GIF. Yeah. GIF space pirates are cool. GIF space pirates are hella cool. They're awesome. Because amongst other things, they have red dragons. Yeah. I really want to, hold on. I want to like increase the size of this, because it feels clunky writing when I'm zooming in that close. Yeah, that's a little better. But yeah, they have dragons. Still clunky. Wow. Dragons are cool. Pirates, space pirates are cool. The pirates are cool. Space pirates are cool. What's cooler than a space pirate? A space pirate riding a dragon. Yeah, the only issue I think is if you're playing Spelljammers, the flagellum space is combustible. Like space can explode, so red dragon is not necessarily the most ideal thing for the rider. Like the red dragon will be fine. It'll get hit by the fire and be like, eh. But the GIF, on the other hand, they might have problems. War building in 2E feels more real while not politically correct in places. Waterdeep box set feels like a place that could exist. Yes. Because here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. I know this is Lancer. We're doing into D&D, but that's fine. Here's the thing. Here's the problem I have with modern D&D. And I don't mean like the modern people playing D&D. I don't mean like the modern D&D games, like live plays or anything like that. What I have specifically is world building in modern D&D, specifically for like 5th edition, and especially now in 5.5 edition, right? The problem I have with it is that Wizards of the Coast is making an effort to be more, what's the word? They're trying to be kosher They're trying to be better, basically. Yeah, that's the word. They are trying to be better. Okay. But the problem with being better is that it takes a lot of work. Okay. You need a lot of work correcting a lot of previous mistakes. So instead of doing all that work, a lot of times, instead of saying, okay, this thing we previously said was wrong, it actually gets corrected to this, and let's add more nuance so that all these things can coexist, right? Yeah, like all these things can coexist. All these problems that previously existed can coexist. And there's more nuance, but like overall, this is better, right? Instead of doing that, which takes time, which takes effort, which takes money, they went, let's just get rid of it. If we get rid of it, there won't be any problems. And we'll call this fixed. And then they shipped it out. The problem with doing this is you have now cut off a huge chunk of your world building. Because when your world building itself, right, when the world itself has problems and you start cutting out pieces of it because you're like, okay, if this is problematic, let's just get rid of it. Let's just get rid of it. Let's just get rid of it. You're just left with bits and pieces. And it doesn't feel like a complete world anymore. The thing is, I feel they went too far because the world is supposed to be messy, right? See, here's what I think Wizards of the Coast doesn't understand. You can write problematic stereotypes, problematic opinions, problematic worldviews into your story and your world building so long as you freaking condemn it. Right? As long as it is seen as a bad thing, as long as you make it known that this is not right, that this is a problem, that this is something that is an unfortunate, for example, like certain racist stereotypes, they exist in the world. That doesn't mean the people writing them are racist. As long as you put in that these stereotypes exist, but people are trying to do better, and certain cities, certain more progressive cities, are calling the shit out. You know, are trying their best to get rid of this like profiling. The problem isn't with the problem isn't having like issues in your world building, right? The problem isn't having issues, or rather, the solution isn't getting rid of issues in your world building, because conflict has to exist for stories to happen, right? Because ultimately, as a setting for games to happen, you need issues for players to overcome. So the solution isn't to get rid of issues, right? The solution is to write issues in, but make it so that it's understood that these issues need to be fixed. There are issues that need to be fixed. There are issues that stem from problematic, outdated viewpoints. There are issues that parts of the world, more progressive parts of the world, are condemning, and they're lingering because of just, you know, things that happened in the past. And it's very important for fantasy to have issues like this, because fantasy has always been a media that mirrors the real world. It's been a space where you can explore issues in the real world in a fantasy setting using weird and fantastical elements to comment on modern issues. Like, you could very easily write that Waterdeep used to be, freaking racist. The people in charge were racist. There was segregation that happened in the city, but they are trying to stop that by introducing, actual laws that would get rid of the segregation. And one of the problems that they're encountering is that nobles don't like this, right? Having segregation exist in a prominent city does not mean the city or the writers approve of it. So long as you write it in a way that people understand this is wrong, right? This is just part of the setting. And one of the things that players could try and do is to try and, fix it. One of the things that DMs can try and do is to introduce elements where players can try and fix it. Don't get rid of it entirely. If you do, you're just breaking your world building. Like a Lustri male cleric would, during certain rituals, become female. You don't think it's problematic, but they removed it? Okay. That one, I can see why some people might think of it as problematic, but all you really needed to do was change the lore, man. You just needed to change the law. Okay, I can immediately think of a fix. I can immediately think of a change, right? Not all clerics, not all male, not all guys, right? Not all. You could make it say, you could make it A, right? Yep. Either make it voluntary. Make it voluntary. So that, because there was like a Greek story back in the day of like Zeus turning someone named I think it's where we got the name Hermaphrodite from. I can't remember. No. Hermaphrodite was a different person. Zeus turned, there was like someone made a bet with Zeus and said like guys have it harder than girls, and then Zeus turned that person into like a girl for a day and then turned them back and was like, what do you think? And the person was like, no, they clearly have it worse. It was like a whole story beat or something. But yeah, you could make it so like it's a voluntary thing where everyone switches for the day so that you can kind of understand each other better, right? Walk in each other's shoes. The other thing you can do is, for this brief period during the ceremony, right, when Alistri's powers are at their height, they allow you to become your true self. So people who like want to play, trans characters, this ceremony can be like a thing that can be incorporated into your storytelling. You don't have to get rid of it. You just have to understand why it was problematic in the first place, and then like alter, change it, improve on it. Improvement shows growth. Getting rid of it, right, shows you haven't learned your lesson and you're just afraid and you're just avoiding the problem. Because what you're essentially doing is you're seeing this all as a problem. A shameful problem to avoid, not a problem to fix. It's not we did a bad, sorry, we'll try to do better. It's they're pissed at us. How do we stop them from getting angry? That's very, very bad. That's very bad. and you're also giving certain like people that are like the basically the what amounts to the anti-woke club, right? You're giving them fuel because what you've essentially done is they will constantly say, "Oh, this is censorship. You're censoring content," right? That's how they'll claim it, right? So they'll say, "Oh, what they're doing is literally censoring. This is bad. This is like censoring content. Content should exist." And when Wizards gets rid of content that was problematic, they also get rid of a lot of the world building. And so the anti-woke people will just say, "Ha, see why this is a problem? It's censorship. All these problematic things should remain because you don't want to censor anything. Censorship shouldn't be a thing." When it's literally nothing to do with censorship, it has everything to do with Wizards being pussies. They are cowards and lazy and money grabbing greedy bastards. The whole point behind this is money. It's all money motivated. But the anti-woke crop will just use this as more fuel. So yeah, you just gave them more ammunition. Congratulations, Wizards. The people who would have been fine with you, you pissed off, and then you now gave anti-woke even more ammunition to shoot back at you. Because they're never going to be happy with what Wizards does. Any changes, they're never going to be happy with. So like, congratulations. You know, Illustrator was your favorite Forgotten Realms thing. Illustrator is really good. Illustrator is a really fun goddess domain thingy. The concept. Illustrator is really fun. The Dark Maiden sang a call to all Dark Elves, from the highest matron mother to the lowest male slave, sending them dreams of visions, showing them a different, better life and the beauty of the world, especially when they were close to the surface. Yeah, it's honestly quite good. It's a really like Illustrator was a really good step in fixing the issues that the Drow have. It's a really good step because what it shows is that the Drow are not inherently evil. You know? Illustrator shows that the Drow are the way they are because their society at the very, very top, right? At the very, very top, the top percentage of people have made it a problem. They have, for their own benefit, you see how it relates to our modern world? For their own benefit, they have constructed a society where the only way to survive is to be evil. Illustrator showed them that there was another way. You didn't have to be evil. All of this is just society holding you down, and there is a better way forward. And that's why, like, while I understand the argument for why people say the Drow at conception, right, at the beginning was problematic. Absolutely. I can see the Drow when they first were created as like a problematic like thing. And I fully agree with that. But after Illustrator, when the whole concept of Illustrator, the whole concept of Dritz as a character showed that it was a societal problem caused by zealotry and Basically zealotry more than anything, because it was a god up top telling them to do all of this. You know, it's a systemic issue. And that once you get out of that systemic issue, you know, the Drow actually are not inherently evil. Yes, there were some issues with like the first few stories of Drizzt, where it seemed like being good is an inherited thing, especially in the early books. But like Alistri, more than anything, even if you get rid of Drizzt, Alistri, right? Alistri showed that it was a societal issue. And Drizzt at least opened up the window to show you that Drow society really just it's been constructed to force people to be evil, which you know is very like prominent in today's society. You want to do good, but like you need the money to survive, so you can't donate the money to do other things. You need to make choices concerning, you know, money, because without money you can't survive, and that prevents you from doing good. Like, it was such a good step. And then Wizards ignored Alistri, right? They took her out. And also, I know a lot of people who continued to bash Alistri. Maybe didn't even know about what was being written with Alistri. A lot of people just kept saying Drow bad, without reading up on Alistri, without reading up on any of the things like this. They just kept saying Drow bad, Drow bad, Drow bad. It without offering a solution. And so Wizards just removed Alistri because people just kept complaining. Because I've met people like that, where like I understand the Drow as a concept is at the beginning is bad, but Wizards was trying to fix it, and the people who were supposed to be supporting the fix, supporting like Wizards trying to do better, didn't see any of that and just kept saying no, 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 no. So of course Wizards reacted the way they did. Of course they deleted everything, because the people they were trying to get to, you know, be happy were like, no, we're never happy. This is just bad. Regardless of what you do, it's just bad. And like, without completely overhauling, there was only two things to do, you know? If you keep bashing Drow like that, you either get rid of them or you change them. And Wizards was trying to change them, but people kept saying get rid of them. So what Wizards interpreted was the change is not enough. We have to get rid of the whole history. So they just changed the history. But because they wanted to avoid problematic elements, they remove all the problematic elements, which has been like parts of the Drow's like in lore growth this whole time. And so by just getting rid of stuff, it's now an incomplete history, incomplete story. So yeah. Congratulations, Wizards. Congratulations. Also, congratulations, everyone who kept complaining. You let them win. The woke crowd, the anti-woke crowd has won. Biditry Alistri Cleric is fun. I would think so. Like it's very you know, fighting against society and stuff. Alistri is anarchist. That's the wrong spelling, but you know what I mean. She's an anarchist. Tear down the system. Embrace your true self. Just live amongst the stars. Live under the stars dancing. Yeah, Alicia's anarchist. Tear down the system and just dance. Uh, I don't actually think that's true, but they even specify a leash tree weapon. Oh, there is even a specific leash tree weapon in Act 1. Ooh. Is it a scimitar? Is it a curved sword? One-handed curved sword? I'm betting it's a curved sword. If it's not, I will be kind of disappointed. Hope it is. Yeah. Sure, I'm drinking more water. Right. Real quick, coming back to this. Right. I had ideas. It's a long sword. Man. I don't understand. Okay, we're jumping back to D&D real quick. I don't understand the obsession with elves and longswords. They can't use longswords well. The longsword, right? The longsword is not a finesse weapon. It's not a finesse weapon. But elves use dexterity. So these two don't match. Why are you giving elves longswords? It doesn't match. Give them scimitars, give them short swords, give them anything but the longsword without finesse. Come on. Like, I really don't understand why elf and longsword. Why? Okay, let me look this up. Why elves use longsword? Hold on. Why longswords? Elves are traditionally thought of as great craftsmen, and making a longsword is a whole lot more difficult than making a rapier. I don't. I can kind of see that, except in the hilt. You know? Like, you could say, yes, sure, a rapier is just like a stick, but then the hilt is very intricate. And I always thought like elves were better at like the intricate crafting, right? While dwarves were better at like the big metal work. So shouldn't longsword be something that dwarves make because it involves more metal work in the sword, whereas elves would make more rapiers because the hilts and stuff would be more like intricate? I'm sure this harbors back to Tolkien somehow. I'm sure of it because, of course, everything harbors back eventually to Tolkien. Oh, we have an ad coming up. No, not yet. But we have an ad about to come out. Let's see really quickly. I'm reading. Okay, it's a legacy thing from first edition because first edition had no rapiers. They got a bonus with longswords instead. But they no longer have a bonus with longswords. Why? Weird. Previous editions they had short swords and they had rapier proficiencies. So it's weird. I feel like it's weird. Anyways, we're about to hit an ad. So I'm gonna take a 3-minute break, grab a drink, grab some snacks. I will be right back. BRB everyone. Ad time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I kind of okay, hold on. I messed up something. I messed up the settings on my mic. I was trying to unmute and I accidentally switched it to 0. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're back. We're back. Hi everyone. Okay. Let me look up something. Right. I was still looking up the long sword thing for elves. Bastard sword is our holy weapon. All right. So, Bastard sword is it's in the middle range of a short and long sword. It's not considered a full long sword from what I've seen, but it functions as a shorter long sword basically. But it can be used more finesse wise. The other thing I've seen is that uh okay, elves in Lord of the Rings are said to have long swords, but the description is that the long sword is thinner, more uh dexterous based, right? It's more finesse based. And so because of that, uh like people still tend to go longsword because it says longsword, but it's described as not really longsword. It's described closer to be a rapier. You know? And also it also like I think harbors back to Tolkien too, from what I've seen people are saying, because Tolkien does describe them as like uh sorry. Wait, hold on. Where is it? Yeah, they were sword users. But yeah, that's the thing. Okay, the in Lord of the Rings, they were described as using swords, as blades, not long sword. I know they say blade, but not long sword. It would be something more slender because they were more agile. So I no fifth edition or D&D, no longsword, please. Also, previous editions apparently gave them rapiers. So, eh, yeah, it's like there. Also, like the way D&D does things is like longsword is a generalization. There are a lot of other swords out there that are clearly not long swords, but they fit into the description. So, make of it what you will. Anyways, yeah, Alistri, Bastard Sword. Alistri's fun. I'm now quickly scrolling through certain swords that look really cool. Okay, that looks cool. That looks cool. Yeah, I don't understand. And it seems to actually just hulker back to like Token. As with all fantasy things, it just when in doubt, Token. Blame Token. When it comes to fantasy, when in doubt, blame Token. That seems to be the moral of the story. uh anyways, let's jump back to Lancer. We have been yapping about D&D for a bit. If you have any more stuff you want to yap about, feel free. But I need to set the alarm again. All right. Setting alarm. Okay, jumping back to Lancer. So, there are going to be 12 acts basically. Each act pertains to one LL. So LL0 all the way to LL12. Right? In between two. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Oops. Whoops. 3, 2, 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there we go. 12 acts. Each of these will be their own self-contained stories that allow the players in between to have like moments of self-reflection. But I do want like a small running plot thread where we might introduce like IPSN somewhere here. And then somewhere around LL3 or LL4 and 5 or 6, you start getting suspicious of them. 7 and 8, you get a choice to like dismiss them entirely. 9, 10, they show you how difficult they can make your life being a corporal state, right? 11 and 12 can be like this huge confrontation that happens. And you manage to get in this variation of Lancer setting, you manage to show Albatross how much like IPSN is using them. And while they come to a more like what's the word, balanced agreement where Albatross still can use IPSN stuff and they will help IPSN with pirates, but they now have an understanding of like, hey, you used us previously and stuff. So that is the idea. How well this will translate over, I don't know. We'll have to see. Okay. So first off, this is going to be where setting. Okay, so first off, LL0. LL0 is the most straightforward one. Because this is going to be when the party is brought into the task force. Its purpose is explained. The Albatross as a group is explained. They need to understand that they are leaving their lives behind, never to return. This immediately gives us 2 character requirements. Requirement A, 1, must want to change for the better. Character requirement 2, must be willing at the moment to leave their entire lives behind. Oh shit, hold on, chatter. Hello. Hi, Yasashi Batom Bakal. That is a mouthful. Wait, hold on. Sorry, when first time chatter, I always say the full name, even though I do know who you are. Hello. Hi, how are you doing? That is such a mouthful. Yasashi. Oh, Yasashi. Yasashi. That was it. I'm so bad with names. Hold on. Let me grab the name and spit it out. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the dice board. Hi, how are you doing today? Ignore the last name, so just Yasashi. But I'm assuming it's just Yasashi. Yeah. Okay. I see. That's good to know. Hi, Yasashi. Hello. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day, or maybe your day's just started, and because it's late where I am, meaning it's usually early for everyone else. You're good? That's very good to hear. Yeah, sorry, my voice is giving out a bit. There. It's also late. Oh, I see, I see. Oh, why was there a noise? Did did Twitch literally just tell me about something? I think it just told me that you followed. The noise came late. I don't understand why. Anyways, I hope you had a good day. I hope your day's been fun. We have just been chatting about D&D stuff, and then we are also doing some Lancer campaign / adventure book building. If you don't know what Lancer is D&D with mechs. And that's Lancer. Yeah. Set in space, really cool, really fun. But making a story for it is a bit difficult. Also, I forgot to say, I really like the name. Yasashi is a cool name. Isn't it like Japanese for something? Yasashi is like, yeah, that's the one. Kind, gentle, I believe. Because you hear that often in anime when they say Yasashi, right? It's a nice name. Not just a nice name. I like the word too. The way it's pronounced is very, very soft, very melodic. Anyways, let me drink water real quick. Because my throat. Ah. All right, let this be a lesson. I need to warm up. Like I think 15 minutes before stream, and then just finish the warm up when stream starts, and don't let my throat rest in between because it'll then just seize up. Also, warm water. Drink warm water before stream starts to loosen the throat. Yeah. Warm water is always good. You've always wanted to try D&D, but don't know how to play it. Same, that used to be me. I also used to want to play D&D, but not know how it works. Okay, we gave this advice previously, but we can give it again. Because I believe last time we had internet issues. So if you really want to play D&D and you don't mind heading out and the option is available, always hydrated before starting stream. I still need to remember that. But that is true, yeah. But yeah, D&D, if you want to play D&D and you don't mind touching grass, one of the, in my opinion, best way to learn D&D is to find a board game store near you, right? A board game store. And not just one that sells board games, one that runs in-store games. Right? If they run games, there is a chance that they will run D&D. There will like be specific days with specific groups that run D&D. And a lot of times, if they run D&D, they will have games for beginners. So you can go and ask them if they have games for beginners, and then jump in. And then the DM will teach you how to play the game while you're playing the game, which is, in my opinion, the best way to learn the rules. So that is one way to learn. If you are a bit scared of going in person, find a friend. Find a friend who would like to play as well or wouldn't mind tagging along, and both of you join. This is the best way to learn D&D. This is the safest way to learn D&D. It is what I would recommend. The second option is if you have a friend who you trust, and they run D&D, ask them to run a game for you. It can be a one-on-one session. So you can learn to play the game that way. The final way is to look online. And this is a little bit risky because the internet is not a safe space. People will take advantage of you all the time. So this is very risky. In my opinion, one of the safest ways to do this is you go to Discord and you look up any like prominent D&D groups, like for example, Critical Role. They have a D&D group. High Rollers has a D&D group. I'm sure Dimension 20 has a D&D group. Dungeons and Dads, I believe there's another one, right? It has a D&D group. A Discord group, right? They have a Discord. All of them have a Discord. If you head on over and ask around, say you're new, you like to try D&D, they'll have groups, especially Critical Role. They will definitely have groups, and because it's a very long-running Discord server, it's a Discord server with a long history because Critical Role has been running for a while. It's a safe space, and while I wouldn't give them like 100% thumbs up, because again, it's still the internet, people can absolutely just hide who they are until like they start, doing stuff. While I wouldn't say it's 100% safe, like Critical Role's Discord is probably one of the best bets to learn D&D from if you want to learn it online. Join Critical Role's Discord. Say you're a new player, you'd like to join a new player group, and have the people that help you out. Yeah, that is one of the easiest ways to learn D&D. Just head into Critical Role Discord server. Yeah. As for the rules, there's a lot of rules. This is very true. The player sheet is very complicated to read. It is a lot of word jargon. It's a lot of word stuff. It's complicated. But you do not need to look at the sheet. An experienced GM will help you make your sheet. And while playing, you're not going to look at your sheet that often. The way a lot of these like tabletop games work, because D&D is part of a group called like TTRPGs, tabletop role-playing games, right? The way it usually works is there's one person in charge of the setting, the story, all the stuff. You call them either the GM, the game master, or the DM, the dungeon master. They will narrate a story, something happening to your characters and your friends, currently your other friends' characters. And then you say, I want to do something. And then the GM can be like, okay, this happens when you do it. If there's a chance for failure, the GM might ask you to look at your character sheet and see what you can do. And then you might have to roll a dice. And then do some quick 1+1 maths. And then tell the GM what happens. And then this whole thing loops back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You now include other characters other than you, right? And then you have now the premise of D&D and every tabletop game in existence, where the complexity comes from you playing with other players and then the GM just basically doing this. And then someone else. And then maybe it comes to your stuff and then going back to this. So all it really is a back and forth. Don't worry too much about the rules. The main thing I would say is find a game setting that you enjoy. Like, let's say you like playing pirates on the high seas. You want to play like what's the word? Pirates of the Caribbean kind of setting, you know? Or perhaps you want to play more of a space setting. Maybe you got interested in D&D because you watch Lord of the Rings, or you watch Vox Machina, which I'm sure everyone at some point at this now has heard of, right? Maybe you watched Vox Machina and you got interested, so you want to play a typical fantasy setting. Find a DM that's running that game, understand what's special about their specific setting, right? And try to engage with that setting. Like, they might be a evil lich previously who did a bad thing. Okay, perhaps as a consequence of that lich, a city got ransacked, or there were a ton of orphans left behind. Maybe you're one of the orphans. Maybe previously there was a dragon attack, okay? And the city barely survived. So you later, when you grew up, you became an adventurer, determined to hunt the dragons. So in this way, you engage with the setting. You don't even need to know anything about the rules. Just, play, just have fun. Let the GM or the DM worry about the rules. But yeah, that being said, just literally, just look up a Discord server. Still the internet, so remember internet safety rules. Keep those in mind. Keep those in mind, and then as long as you are safe, as long as you feel safe, have fun. Go with the flow and have fun. Yeah, that's it. That's honestly, that's the big thing. Have fun. We're like, D&D has gone to the point where most GMs, experienced GMs, should know how to have fun. They should know how to accommodate new players. I will say this: if you feel like the table is not fun, as in like you don't agree, or rather you're not having fun at the table, right? Because of players or GM or anything, talk to them out of the game, like private message them and everything, explain what's going on. If you still don't feel fun, or you still don't feel safe and nothing's been done about it, leave. Leave. This is very important. I personally think D&D is for everyone, but not every D&D group is for everyone. Different people play the game differently. Different people like to play the game differently. Different people like different things about the game. Different friend groups have different ideas of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. If you do not like a group, leave, find another one. There are so many groups out there. You will find a group you enjoy playing with. And like, even if you don't find a group, right? Once you've learned enough of the rules, you can find your own group of friends. You can grab your own group of friends and then run a game for them. Run the game you want to play in. But yeah, that is like a PSA. That's a very important PSA, because I see a lot of people get advice on like how to join, but they don't get advice on like what to do if they don't enjoy the game. Because of the way tabletop games work, a lot of times it's not that you don't enjoy the game. it's that you don't enjoy the people, because it's a very social game. So if the people you're not jiving with, you're not gonna have fun in the game. So find people you enjoy playing with, and then you enjoy the game. It's like every other, co-op game in existence. It doesn't even have to be D&D. Like every co-op game, Peak, Repo, like back in the day, what's the word? Like Among Us and stuff. Like the repeatability, if you're playing solo, was going to always be not fun. Playing with friends, playing with other people is what makes the game fun. Right? Playing with friends you enjoy spending time with is what makes gaming fun. And D&D is no different. D&D is like any other game. If you don't enjoy playing with those group of friends, you're not going to enjoy the game. So yeah, that was a bit of a long-winded PSA, but I've seen too many people just stick with tables they don't enjoy. And just say I don't like the game because of that, and just drop D&D. And I don't want anyone to drop. I don't want people to drop tabletop games. D&D, you can move on from D&D to Lancer, to Pathfinder, to any of these other games. That's completely fine. Moving from one game to another is fine. But tabletop games in general, I think there's a tabletop game for everyone. Yeah. So don't be afraid to branch out and find different groups, different games, and so on, and just have fun. And I hope to hear back from you about like your experience, and hopefully it's a good one. Yeah. Anyways, enough of my ramblings on this. Let's get back to writing for LL0. Yeah, sure. I still haven't heard back up from other people who I've given advice on. I know at least one other viewer jumped in and asked about like how to D&D. I hope they're having fun. Okay, hold on. What is this? This is 12. Why is the thing weird? Okay, it's just the zoom. The zoom is making it weird. Okay, sure. Okay. All right, so character requirements when building for this campaign. Your character must want to change for the better. If not, understand they will be kicked from the group. Okay. They can start as a bad guy that bluff their way in, but either must change and grow, or get excluded. All right. Character requirement 2 must be willing at the moment to leave their entire lives behind. One of the conflicts of this book is players being cosmopolitans and how that disconnect from the rest of the world affects them. Players can become homesick, for example. Can become homesick, for example, after time has passed. You know, one of the ways people grow. Like you move to the big city, you're like wide-eyed, You want to, like, earn money, make a good life for yourself, help your parents out with money. And then life just beats you down. And one day you get homesick because culture shock and everything. Yeah. So that's that. The first few missions will be a test of character for the players. They will be given minimal support. Did I spell minimal? There we go. Minimal. I think I. Why do I feel like I misspell that? I keep seeing minimal. No. That's correct. Oh my god. I keep looking at minimal and was like, that's the wrong spelling. That's the wrong spelling. Oh no, I spelled it correctly. Partial dyslexia. Well, it's not even dyslexia. It is a thing that happened. And there's a word for it. I don't recall what it was. It's like deja vu, but the other one where, like, deja vu is something unfamiliar but you feel like it's familiar. The other one is something that is unfamiliar but or is familiar, but suddenly you feel unfamiliar with it. Yeah, the other one. It can make you forget words. Yeah. They'll be given minimal support. And observed. All right. Okay. After or before mission, there will be a briefing. Actually, no, even before that mission. Okay. LL0 has to be split into two portions. Act 1A and then Act 1B. So Act 1A is recruitment. Yeah. Okay. Recruitment. When the party is brought into the task force, its purpose is explained, the albatross of the group is explained, all these things are done. They will be given either a one-on-one with one of the heads of the albatross, or a group conference, I guess would be the word. Make it known of the people interviewing. Some of them expect the party to fail. Because, spite. Spite is a great motivation. You expect us to fail, I'll prove you wrong. Spite is always a great motivation. All right. And we'll say after. This is after the party fully meets up. There will be downtime for them to bond a bit, get to talking, get etc. Actually, yeah, okay, yeah. Afterwards, a day passes before they board their ship. Ship tour. Yeah, ship tour is gonna be a thing. And then after ship tour, ship immediately heads out. After that, ship immediately heads out. The ship immediately heads out. Okay. Before mission, okay, more downtime where players get to semi customize their rooms, get used to the day-to-day, use the training, use the Lancer training sim on board for a practice mission or two. And then, yes, there we go. Act, and then we get to Act B. So this, I think, can be Act 1 A.5. There we go. In between Act 1 and A and B. Before mission, there will be a briefing. A planet is in distress for the mission. Oh, actually, there should be a briefing before that as well. Ship will immediately head out. X head out. Okay, there will be a briefing. A planet in distress, however far away. We don't make it too far for the first one. A short distance away. They will reach in 2 months. 2 light months out. Okay, how 2 light months out is quite a distance. But it's not so far. It's not far enough away, I think. Right? Okay, you know what? We'll say, okay, they'll reach in 2 years. Or we'll say 1 year. Okay. I need to check something. Lancelore. Timeline, please. Timeline. 342. So the beginning, yes, Union. Okay. Metropolitans, the diaspora. There should be a canonical timeline somewhere. Third committee. There we go. Okay. So considering this takes place in like, okay, 12 LLs, and each LL will need maybe 3 to 5 years of travel time, right? Because that's kind of how far stars are away from each other. It might even take longer. So because of that, 12, let's say an average 12 times 5. 60 years. 60 years. I know the Dawnline shore where everything erupts around here. So I want this campaign, if we want to stay canonical, if we want to stay canonical, we can say, okay, where does this happen? We can say in between this and this. Between 4630 date between 4630 U and 5000 U, because that's when two important events happen, right? Caracas agrees to become Union State, but this is when the Second Distal War begins. In between those two things, that is a period of 370 years. We can actually spread this out to 100 years. We can have this campaign take place over 100. We could say 100 years. Around 4800U to 4900U. Around here. Second distal war is happening. Or if we really want to, or if we want to say like this is when the current state of Lancer is, right? We say this is when some of the modern stories happen. We'll say up to like here. We'll pull it past its date to like here, and then 4917 4917U to 517U. Just 1 year after the canonical start of like Lancer stuff. Yeah, you can say it takes place around this point. Or the worst part would be, worst case scenario, for 4950U, around there, to 5050U. Might not even take that long, depending on how this gets written, you know. 20, we'll say 20. Because we need like some of the mechs to have existed. Right? Some of the mechs need time to come into existence. So we'll say here. We'll say one of these dates. We'll figure that out. But each jump, they will reach in, we'll say the first one is like 3 years. For players, will be, okay, how many days is 3 years? Because you divide by 3, right? That's how near light travel works. In months, okay, so it's 3 months, 3.6 months. How does that work? 60% of 30. Okay, we're making this way more complicated than it needs to be. How many days in 3 years? Okay, 1095 divide by 10. You get 110 days. Right, okay. So for the players, it will be 110 days. Because time passes at the rate of 1 to 10. a year passes outside, 4 months roughly. Actually, sorry. A year passes outside, a tenth of a year passes for players. So yeah, okay. For players will be this amount of time. There'll be more downtime because it's 100 something days. Before the mission, there will be another briefing. A planet is in distress. Okay. This mission will be straight forwards. We know who the bad guys are. We know how to fix things. Okay, not fix things. We know how to stop them. After the mission, the albatross congrats them, gives LL1 access. Okay, there was a thing I wanted to put down. Mission will be straightforward. Yes. Oh, there was a thing. I can't remember what the thing was. All right, players will need to assess the situation themselves on the ground. They have to remember they aren't technically part of Albatross. Yes. Kind of distress. Okay. I think I'm gonna put this here. Likely, it will be some form of rebellion, local rebellion. And after 3 years, it the populace, the good guys, are winning, but the bad guys have an ace up their sleeves. After 3 years, the good guys are winning relatively recent development. Bad guys have an ace up their sleeve. They've managed to build a nuke and have finally been pushed far enough to use it or threaten to use it. The resistance needs the players to find and disable the nuke so they can be safe. Evil bad guy monologue about how this is their right to rule, etc. Make it the most like obvious they are bad. They are bad first mission, you know, because it's baby's first mission. Everyone's doing the thing for the first time, you know. Yeah, they win. Congratulations. Great. Nice. Okay. In between, Okay, they're now LL1 before GM node. Before they head to the next mission, you can decide to have some side stories happen and say a different small mission is happening somewhere else before after which they receive word of the next canon mission. I need to phrase that better, but yeah. Overall downtime. I think this one will make 5 years. Or we can say 6 years. A bit longer stint between things happening. 6 years. Which will be how many days? Whoops. 6 years today. Okay, 2,191 divided by 10. 200 days, 220 days basically. Huh. Days. Days for players. Here's including cryo sleep. So they won't be awake for the whole time. Yeah. Okay. This mission, a few plot threads to involve in this mission. Okay. I think, okay, give me a moment. I think I want to do Horus in this mission. Extremist group. And then Horus, I want to put in LL3 as a good group. Okay, this one is gonna be a little bit more difficult. I want to put in IPSN here too, where IPSN is potentially like doing some good by delivering, well, I say doing some good. IPSN is delivering goods to a planet, a colony. This Horus cell is attacking the IPSN group, the IPSN transport, I guess. Although I probably have to like figure out the specifics after, but not quite sure yet here. But the main thing I want to do is I want to introduce a Horus group early, a bad Horus group early, a IPSN group early as well, and their connection to Albatross will be subtly introduced as IPSN calls for aid. Yeah, because the IPSN calls for aid, you can fight in an asteroid belt. Sure. Whoop. Alarm. We have an ad coming up. We have an ad coming up. All right. After the ad, I will quickly explain why I want an IPSN group. No, sorry, IPSN group, yeah, and a horrors group this early on. But yeah, grab a drink, go stretch your legs. We will be right back. See y'all in a bit. Hi everyone, I'm back. Right. So things to talk about. Horus and IPSN, right? So IPSN I want to introduce early because once you get to LL2, everyone will have access to a Nelson. Access to the Nelson. Plus any mech Albatross is sponsored with. I believe Gilgamesh might be one of them, but Nelson is definitely one. So everyone will have access to the Nelson. And that will like start bringing up IPSN as a good, as a good sponsor. IPSN gets attacked, and then later on, when you start questioning like some suspicious stuff happening, you can start looking back at like these things with like actually, were we used? And stuff like that. So you want to start planting the seeds a bit early, But also, this is just like a straightforward thing. Pirates are attacking. They're using Horus tech, to like fuel their weird agendas. You could say, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you're gonna link this to an Screamings group at this point. Actually, maybe we don't put a Horus cell here. Maybe we put Horus cell in like LL2. Right? And then Horus good group in like LL4. I'll explain what the thing about the Horus group is now. Basically, what I want to happen is I want to have a Horus extremist. What I want is 2 Horus groups. I want a Horus bad guy, and then I want a Horus the good guys. Because in lore, Horus is such a fractured group that it's not really even technically a group. It's just union, the government seeing, oh, these group of people use the same kind of tech, these group of people use the same type of tech, we'll lump them all under Horus. But in truth, Horus is decentralized. It's not even really one group. They just so happen to use the same technology. And because of that, you never know if a Horus cell you're meeting is good or bad to you, in reference to you, right? They could be opposed to you. They could be trying to do good. You don't know. So I think it would be an interesting moral conundrum to see if the players can put aside their biases. So what happens is you have them face a bad Horus group early on, right? You have them face a Horus group that's bad early on, and they now have the impression of them that they're bad. But much later on, they meet a Horus group that is good, or they meet like a group of like people who are trying to do good, and then after like bonding a bit, they realize, oh, they have connections to Horus, or they're using Horus stuff, or some of the people they know are using Horus stuff. And now the players get to make a decision, or they have a decision to make. Do they continue to let their personal biases with their previous experience with Horus taint their like interactions with this new Horus group that has nothing to do with the old one because it's so far away? Or can they put down their personal feelings for the greater good? And it will be a very important test as like an albatross, basically. The reason I want this is, first, again, moral dilemmas. But the second thing is that Horus has been said time and time again to be like a very fractured group, right? And I've personally never seen that explored a lot. I'm sure like in some adventure books, it's explored, but I personally never experienced it. It's just something that's been said. So this would be a nice way for an adventure to show, hey, not not all Horus. Not all Horus. Don't say all Horus is like a bad people. Not all Horus. Anyways, that could be funny. But yeah, because of that, I want to have the Horus cells, the evil one, be first, and then the good one be after that. I also want them to be at least 2 LLs apart, so that it's not directly next to each other. There's no way these two are the same group of people. It's at least 10 plus light years apart. And also 10 years apart. You know? Because it takes 10 years for them to travel from here to here to here. So 10 years have passed since the events. It's not the same group of people. So yeah, that's an idea. I could Okay, one other thing I want to do is at least one of the planets, I do want them to see the repercussions because, and I want this to be early on too. Maybe like we could do LL. Hmm. Okay. First off, the idea I have is that this is, let's say this is planet A, right? The party sweeps in at some point, helps them with something, and then leaves. Many years later, the party comes back, right? I'm trying to think how many years I want pass. Because because of the way light speed works and the way planets kind of we can make it okay. I'm thinking we can make it like 10 plus years at least. We can make it a few decades. We can make this like, I don't know, LL2, and then this can be like LL6. So at least like 50 plus years have passed, you know? And now they get to see the consequences of what happened after they left. Because when they're traveling at near light speed, they actually cannot get information. And even then, they're too busy on the job. They might just get bits and pieces. So one thing I could do is Horus, right? Bad when they first came, and then a different cell came and took over. So the party, when they first arrived, it was bad Horus. They left. When they came back, oh, it's good Horus. And then they leave afterwards. I could do that and add a bit more nuance to just the Horus groups being good or bad. You know? Yeah. So I want Horus group. Either the Horus group is at LL4 or LL3. Because LL3, oh, hold on. LL3 is when I want them to get, after their mission, get their albatross colors. Slash sigil on the side of the ship. this happens as a detour between LL3 and LL4. So at LL3 onwards, they get officially recognized as a group under Albatross. Their resources expand, the scope of missions they go on increases, and they can also have resources expand, info is more readily given, and their mentors can now also assist them on missions as assets, because it's one of the things you can get as a Lancer, I believe. Hold on, let me just grab like an asset. Dossier, tactics. Yes, there's like equipment, but then there's also like reserves. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Resources, reserves. Okay. As reserves. Someone basically comes and helps you in like one fight or something. Yeah. Missions are now also harder. Okay. From this point on, I think from this point on, mission choices will be up to players. Here's LL, the next 3 missions can be played in any order. So LL4 to LL6 can happen for like in any of the missions. LL7 to 9 can be its own thing. And then LL10 to LL12 straight forwards again. Or maybe 4, 10, 11 are choices that affect 12. Yeah, I'm thinking something like that. So it gives them more freedom. And then depending on when they choose which planets, certain things will happen, basically. Certain things will happen on specific planets. Certain events will happen at specific LLs. Certain events will happen not on specific planets. What am I thinking of? What was the thing? Okay, no, certain events will happen on planets. Certain events will progress. Yes, if a planet is chosen later. Yeah, it gets more difficult, more dire, so on and so forth. Yeah. Okay, cool. But yeah, after LL3 is when they get their Albatross stripes. So it's gonna be a very big thing. And either they get this because they as like it can be seen as like a reward for, hey, you didn't let your biases for the horrors group cloud your judgment, or they get their stripes, they find a good horrors group. Now they have to decide: do we just literally just got recognized? You know, we have to be better here. We have to actually be good here, and so that could help diffuse any potential combat situations that happen between the players and Horus. Yeah, I think maybe something like that. Um, LL12 will be. I'm just gonna put this out here right now. This might change. Fight against IPSN somehow. Um, need ends with albatross either treating IPSN as just another entity instead of a sponsor, or or something to that effect, basically. Basically freeze albatross from corpo manipulation, and albatross as a whole grows as a group. Yeah. Party is told the task force is seen as a something huge success. Huge success, you know. And more task forces are being considered, or the program is expanding. We might actually do that at like LL6 or something. Tell them that like, hey, there's another group that's doing this, and then they hear snippets of like, oh, the group didn't do well. You know, lessons were learned from this group, and then the program expanded. Okay, so there were two. We could say there were like two groups, and then there's like there's like a rivalry that can form. Really, yeah, we could actually say two groups. Okay. 3 groups of task forces are made. The other 2 can serve as rivals to the party. Unseen rivals to the party. There we go. Okay, that's cool. Let's see what else. Right. Okay. The program is expanding using the lessons learned from this group, which was ultimately the most successful one. Okay. That is that. What else was there? Freeze on corporate manipulation. Avatar was a whole grows as a group. That's that. It was something I was thinking of, and then I completely forgot. Okay, yeah. IPSNs having exposed IPSN, the party starts encountering issues when trying to help people. I'd say, yeah, around this point. And then more behind the scenes trouble from IPSN. Okay. Um, Albatross HQ calls. They've also had issues. Okay. More behind the scenes trouble for IPSN. This time more overt. Overt? No, more. Wait, what does overt mean again? Isn't it more obvious? Overt means obvious, right? Yeah, yeah. Overt. Done in the open. So this time more overt. After mission, Albatross HQ calls. They've also had issues with IPSN. Says it's time to do something about it. Okay, and then you get to LL10 and LL11. LL10 and 11 can be specific missions where choices affect LL12, or which mission you take at LL10 and 11 affects L the difficulty causing LL12 affecting LL12. Okay. What specifically these missions are, who knows? I haven't figured that out yet. Okay. I'm thinking also at some point here, it's just because fun, right? Just because it's supposed to be fun. I want one of these to have at least one thing that has to do with the Valadores. Um, I don't know if that's the right pronunciation or spelling. Where are the factions? Safe combat time, non-human life, open worlds. I think Beyond Union. No. The nobles, pilots. There we go. Valadores. Vola. Why is it pronounced Valadores? Voladores? One of these. Okay. Mission that has Valadores. Not directly because they are animatic, but does involve a ship of theirs or something. Or something. Okay. Mission that has, yeah, okay. Not sure how this will go yet, but I think LL7 is when suppose IPSN during this mission. Or if we want to make it simple, LL11 is when you have to do something that then pertains to IPSN. At LL12, LL10 can be trouble. 9 can be trouble. 8 can be trouble. 7 is when you first hit something, and you're like, huh. The IPSN is like something's not right with IPSN, you know. And I think that really, or we could do 6, be like strong hints that allows players to be suspicious of IPSN. Okay. At the end of LL4 to 6, enough evidence is there for players to suspect or to be suspicious of IPSN. Okay. So if 7, 8, 9 are the ones where IPSN is giving trouble. So any one of these, the next 3 missions can all have like something happen that IPSNs get exposed to, like, hey, we're using you to do things. And then depending on the player's like remarks at 7, 8, and 9 gets affected. And then 10, 11 is when they start fighting back. 12 is when this big thing happens. And the galaxy gets changed forever. But yeah, LL0 to LL3 would be its own like arc, right? It'll be its own arc, where the whole point is essentially getting recognition. Okay, yeah. So onto L3 is getting recognition. Might switch that to. I might put the Horus group in like LL something here. I'm also might not make it so that 7, 8, 9. Okay, because this can kind of complicate things, but I might change that out because what I'm thinking is one of the LL 7 to 9 missions is to revisit an old world that the players have helped before. Okay, this world exposes IPSN as using okay, we'll solidify LL7 mission. Okay, this will expose us as using Albatross to further their own goals. Okay, then LL8 and 9 can be separate things. Or rather can be like collective vision thing. LL, okay, I think to make it a little easier. Now, because you need time to set up this whole thing. Okay, I'll figure out like the end plot later. Valdoris, Horus, a good group. LL6. Okay. So I think Horus good group, we want SSC maybe as the bad guys. Might involve them a bit. Okay, Valadoris. I think I need to put you like 4 to 6. And then this is 7. So mission 1. Mission choice 2. And mission choice 3. I haven't figured that one out. But okay, I think maybe HA. Maybe HA. Some problematic thing that happens. Or I have to figure that out. Still don't have a concrete like idea of it. Again, this whole stream is not like, it's just like to kind of like, what's the word? Write out ideas. A rough draft, and then I'm gonna come in and slowly like plan everything out more concretely. Yeah, I want one of the missions to have Valodores. I want one of the missions to either be HA or union issues. To give you spoilers, well, here's the thing. As with all planning stuff, some of these might get left on the cutting board floor. I might have to abandon some of these ideas to go for like other ideas. You know? So even if you do know what's coming, like even if you watch these, you might not get the old get everything. Like unless you tune in for everything, but I might not write everything on stream either. And the other thing is, I want to write this story in a way where it's kind of replayable. Because in between missions, you get to do things. Right? In between missions, there are things you get to do. The choose your own adventure style of some LL4 to 6 and so on is going to be like, instead of just doing like 3 missions for LL4 to 6, I'm actually thinking like we have a selection of maybe 4 to 5 missions. And then you get to choose 3 of these. And then an LL7 is its own thing. 8 and 9, it will be like 3 mission choices. You know? I'm not sure yet. Again, a lot of these is probably going to get scrapped. Because one of the things is that the IPSM fraud thread might be going a little too far. I might want to, I'm thinking of scaling it down to like LL9 to 12 is a lot though. I'm thinking 10 to 12. LL10 to 12 being the whole problem with IPSN really coming to the forefront, I think is when I want it to happen. The issue is what to put in between 9 to LL6 then. Because this is when I want certain things to happen. LL7 revisit the whole world, I think that's a good shout. I think that's a good mission to kind of be like, this is kind of the turning point. LL4 to 6, I think I want it to be like people start showing some you start seeing some issues. It's not showing out the plate, what? Holy moly. Okay, this whole time it's just been Well, that's unfortunate. Yikes. Well, I need to remember that. But I don't necessarily need to remember that. I need to not turn off alerts because that was the problem. I accidentally turned off alerts. Oh well. Um Also, I think I need to change the size of the words because it's a little small on the pad. And I might also just hollow out the pad, though, or maybe change like the color of the words on the pad and stuff so that it's easier to read. Because white on yellow isn't that easy to read, even though there's a shadow. Black on yellow, that's really easy to read. Anyways, thanks for letting me know. We've been streaming for like almost 4 hours now. But still, thanks for letting me know. Got there in the end. But yeah, I think LL4 to 6, I want them to start. Because when you get to LL3, this is a triumphant moment. You finally get your stripes. 4 to 6, we start challenging that. Like, you were given easy missions. Now you're starting to get like the real albatross missions. And you're starting to get hit with the, okay, are we doing the right thing here? We don't really have time to really consider things. Missions will have tighter time frames, and sometimes you don't know which is the better option. You'll take it, do it, and then leave without knowing anything. Times you don't know which is the better option. Okay. Right. So 5 different missions here. I think for LL7 we can whatever. Okay, I'm thinking either LL2 or LL3. Okay. LL2 or LL3 mission. Because LL2 is when there was an extremist horror cell. Helping defeat this was the right choice. But if you see how IPSN and companies can use the right choice against you, I think that could be a very poignant example of like, you know, the problem with like having a corporation on your side. The second thing is I could do LL3 because if you go LL3, this was when after this mission you got your stripes. You got recognized as part of Albatross, even though you were just starting out. It's at a junior branch, but you were officially recognized by the group. So seeing this mission that means so much to the party, that this is where you proved yourself finally, right? This mission that holds so much sentimental value to the party is shown to have caused so much problems that the party just goes, wait a minute, but this was a good thing, you know? I think that could raise a lot of conflict. Yeah. Okay. So that's that. I think 2 and 3, yeah, 2 and 3, one of these. I'm thinking 3. But I'm also thinking maybe give the players a choice. Well, that would just further the storyline of both 2 and 3 even more, which might be fun to do. But could be quite, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Uh That would make, okay, because I'm thinking at some point maybe we need to split this into like 2 books. I might actually have to, because like 0 to 6 and then 7 to 9. 6 has like 5 mission choices here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is like one mission that has 2 different 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then depending on these will all have their own expansions. So 8.5, 9. Actually, yeah, okay. Splitting into 2 books, doing it this way makes it an actual continuation, and also your choices now lead to different outcomes. Okay. Choose between only get to go to 1. Yeah, everything becomes more frantic, everything becomes more final. Your choices start to have consequences, and the consequences of your previous choice start catching up to you. Well, catching up, you start seeing the consequences. So I think that's a good shout for it. Yeah. We need 5 missions here. They are not going to have a huge impact on the rest of the story, but they are going to be ways for players to start seeing like the suspicious things. Like some of these will have like at least one of these, because they're going to have to pick 3 missions, right? We can make, okay, let's say if we make 1, 2, 3, we need 3 missions at least to have something to do with IPSN, and the other 2 can have nothing to do with them. So when you pick 3 missions, at least one of the missions will have something to do with IPSN. And there's a very good chance you'll pick 2 missions that have IPSN instead. Yeah. Even the other missions, we can have like just tangential stuff. You know, IPSN refused to send ships, or ships refused to send cargo over or something. Stuff like that. I think Valodores is the one that might not have anything to do with IPSN. Or it might. IPSN. The pirates sent to steal the Voladores vessel. If you manage to do more research or hack into their systems, you find links to IPSN. Because if you don't know, if anyone here doesn't know about Lancer's Valodores, so Lancer has no FTL, technically speaking, right? In order to go faster than light, a ship has to go through a gate. Think Stargate, right? Or the mass relays from Mass Effect. And this will then connect to another gate very, very far away, and then you can teleport from one gate to another. All right. This is the only way to do FTL. Ships themselves can only travel at light speed. They cannot travel faster than that. They can travel at like almost light speed, not quite. Close, really close, near light speed. But not actually at light speed, near light drives, right? The Valodores, however, it's been very, very heavily hinted that the Valodores don't care about this. they don't use blink gate drives, or they don't use blink gates. They instead, their ships simply have ship-bound FTL. Everyone else is playing Mass Effect. Valadores are playing Star Trek. Now, they're not even playing Mass Effect. Everyone else is playing Stargate Season 1. The Valadores are playing Star Trek. Their level of tech on their ships is so much higher than everyone else, every human in the galaxy. Right? The other thing is Valadore ships have artificial and basically artificial grav. Right? Now, every other ship does have artificial grav, but the energy requirement is so large that they only turn it off during initial acceleration and deceleration to act as like an inertia dampener so people don't get squashed when you suddenly accelerate to light speed. However, the Valadores ignore all of that. Their ships have functional artificial grav permanently. They don't have to work with spin grav. They don't have to turn their grav on and off. They just have it on permanent. So their ships can fly at FTL. Their ships have permanent anti-grav, or rather artificial grav. Of course, a shipping company would want the ship. You know? So I can absolutely see a shipping company trying to steal tech from Valadore ships. So we could make one of the missions like something to do with Valadore tech, and the IPSN is the one trying to grab it, even though bandits/pirates are the one trying to steal it, and they're trying to cover their tracks. That could be one thing. I think that's very cool. Horus Good Group. We could make that SSC, and then we could literally we could say SSC is the bad guys. Maybe. Okay, we don't necessarily have to say SSC is the bad guys. We can just say, okay, hold on. First the unit issue. Show how Union looks to outsiders. And why people fear them. Subplot. The reason the colony needs to rely on Union is because IPSN may or may not have. Okay, it's because shipment of goods has flowed to the colony, and while IPSN, okay, not while IPSN has slowed to the colony, and this, okay, and IPSN, is, or the company that brings their shipment is a subsidiary of IPSN, or a subsidiary of a subsidiary of IPSN, and the colony, no, coincidentally, the colony had a trade dispute with IPSN, IPSN recently. Or okay, maybe not even the colony. Coincidentally, the control of the space the colony is in was in dispute, and IPSN was on the end of a bad trade agreement. So this could literally just be IPSN getting back at someone else, but because of how like the basically the colonists were just caught in the crossfire. They had nothing to do with the dispute, but IPSN wanted to teach someone a lesson. I might actually change to HA at some point, but I think making IPSN like the big bad, I don't think any of the other books do make IPSN as the big bad. So we could do that. Honestly, I do need to wait for Cheesecake to get back because Cheesecake is currently busy with stuff. But I do want to discuss this more with like someone else about like what kind of missions you can have, you know? Yeah, we won't go into like specific planets and stuff. Planet building is easy, in my opinion. It's relatively easy. But yeah, I'm thinking I just want to like build up more of the stuff where like uh just ideas of like what the story will be. Horror's good group, I don't look okay, it's very simple to do horrors as a good group. Rebellion or resistance. Uh we could say okay, we could bring back the SSC angle. Horus good group, part of the local resistance, trying to stop SSC from claiming the planet. Because SSC planet humans might have useful genetic traits. SSC wants to buy. Horus Cell won't or advises against it. Have been fighting off SSC groups trying to abduct locals. Whoa. I think we're about to hit another ad in a moment. Yeah, Horus wants to buy them. Locals denied. Have been fighting off SSU trying to abduct local people. Horus Cell here to help. Something like that. Or it could be Horus Tech started appearing, sent from sent with mail saying they want to help. So locals are using Horus Tech. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Simple. How IPSN relates? No idea. We'll have to figure that out. Yeah. Maybe genetics help with transport of stuff? Something. We'll think about that. I'll think about that a little bit more. We are about to hit an ad break. I'm not actually going to go into the ad screen. I'm just going to continue. But it's going to be a 3-minute ad. Some of you might get hit with it. If you do, we're still going to be here. Don't worry. If you don't, we're just going to keep talking. But we're not going to do too much of stuff. I'm just going to speak out loud to myself. And the ads have started. So yeah, if you get hit, I'm sorry. We'll still be here. If you didn't get hit, great. We can continue talking about things. I'm not sure how we're gonna do transport because transport should all be automated, right? It should all be automated. How will genetic help with transport stuff help IPSN? You know, because I was thinking like IPSN is hiring SSC to get these people because they want the traits for themselves. Uh, uh, deep space stuff. Not sure. This might be the one without IPSN, honestly. You know, or it could be that the locals defense network isn't working and it was shipped here by IPSN. Who said these were upgrades, but the locals didn't order upgrades. You know, IPSN could be helping SSC here. Not sure. This might be cut, but I'm just trying to figure out angles for all of them so that it's a little easier, basically. Because if they all have angles, I could just cut one and then be like, hey, this is the one that has nothing to do with IPSN. You know? Okay. Might also just make this 4 missions instead of 5. Where you have to leave 1 mission on the table instead of 2. That would make the chances of getting 2 to 3 IPSN suspicious missions higher. I want to try for 5. I'm gonna try for 5. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Let me check something real quick. Settings. Track everything. Okay. Okay, we're good. Okay, because my chat viewer was not working. Just being weird. Anyways, yes, as we said during the what's the word? The ad. One idea. Well, no, yeah, it works now, but like for me specifically, chat viewer for me specifically, that doesn't show up on stream. This is my specific chat viewer. Previously, whenever like Siri bot would say like ad break is over or something, it won't show up. It will show up, and now it's not doing that. I might have to grab the update because I thought I updated it, but then I might just still be using the old version. Okay, I'll have to figure that out at some point. Okay. How is stream going? Okay, stream works. Stream works. Okay. All right. Yeah. Local defense not working could be from IPSN. Doing stuff in the back. How Union looks to outsiders. I need to figure out what that means. Subplot to do with IPSN. This one is very well in the background. Subplot. I say subplot. Hidden plot. Hidden plot. Subplot. This, and then the last two. I need like things. Things. Because these are very standard issues. Or yeah, there's really standard missions, but like a few of them, like this one will challenge them because the horrors group is a good one. Union looks like outsiders. This will challenge them because like Union has constantly been the good guys. Albatross will keep saying Union's 3 pillars are good. This one's just overtly IPSN bad. I want to involve HA somehow. HA in one of these things. And then yeah, HA could be like helping party and then choice at end of mission. Help HA do something that party doesn't agree with because they're friendly to you, or betray or don't help them. Regardless, HA will prioritize themselves. Okay. Maybe it's subplot could be like the reason HA is doing stuff here is subplot weapons were being used. Advanced weapons of HA were going missing. And ending up in the hands of bad people. A trail could link them to IPSN. Yeah. Okay. Final mission. What to do here? Maybe just a simple colony mission? Okay, so the Union looks outsiders thing is clearly going to be a very SecCom bad mission. His history of SecCom doing bad stuff. Yeah. Final one, I don't know actually what to give this. That's why I said it could just be 4. For now, until I figure out something else, of course. But fourth one, I'm thinking Kaiju World. Kaiju World would be crazy. I kind of also want an underwater world. Maybe an underwater world. Or mission 1 is underwater world. Okay. Underwater world. Uh uh we could do research something. Legal research into NHPs or something. Not sure. I'll just think about mission 5. Might have to like go back to the drawing board and be like, what is this trying to do again? But for now we've done decent enough. It has been 4 hours. We've written out kind of the premise of where we want this to go. LL0 to LL, kind of to LL6. Everything is kind of there. 7 to 10 needs a bit more work, but that's fine. That's fine. We can come back and add more details to this. And then afterwards, I'm going to come in and flesh out everything one at a time. Make sure everything relates back to itself a little better. Make sure that everything's on theme. And then later we can come in and add more stuff like the player side. Because if it's a new adventure book, you need new mechs. You need new mech frames. So we're going to try that later. Yeah. But yeah, it's been 4 hours. I'm at a point where my brain juices aren't working anymore, so I'm going to stop looking at this. I'm going to do something else so that I can think again. The ideas have stopped flowing, so I'm gonna stop here. We are going to end the stream here. Thank you everyone for watching. We're gonna quickly raid someone. We're gonna find someone to raid. Who's doing cool stuff? Okay, we have someone playing someone is playing Date Everything. Someone is doing TTRPG. Oh, wait, hold on. Mage. Oh, someone's designing a mecha fantasy mecha TTRPG. Oh, we could rate them. That sounds interesting. Anything else? There are a few people around, but I think the mecha one sounds really interesting. Oh, there are a lot of people. Why can't I rate multiple people? I want to support everyone. Okay, never mind. This is someone new. We've never rated them before. I think this looks really interesting. Oh, they have a really cool tiefling avatar actually. So we are going to rate them. All right. So once again, thank you everyone for joining the stream. Thank you for everyone who is being here. I hope you have a good day, good night wherever you are. Stay safe, drink lots of water because it's it's a heat wave going on. And yeah, I will see you all in the next one. Bye everyone. Thank you for being here. Bye bye. Bye bye.